Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Midnight oil burned low in the deepest chamber of Orthanc's ancient library, where shadows danced upon towering shelves of forgotten lore. Gandalf the Grey stood motionless before an alcove hidden behind a rotating panel of obsidian, discovered only because the tower itself had guided him there, subtle shifts in the air currents, whispers in the stone that only the wisest could perceive. His weathered fingers hovered over a tome, bound in leather so black it seemed to absorb the candlelight around it, sealed with silver clasps that glowed with eldritch runes. The Liber Umbrarum, the Book of Shadows, thought lost since the Elder Days. "You should not exist," Gandalf murmured to the grimoire, his voice barely disturbing the dust of centuries. "You were destroyed with the fall of Eregion." Yet here it lay, its presence an impossibility that made the wizard's heart quicken with equal parts wonder and dread. The texts spoke of spells capable of tearing the veil between worlds, of summoning entities from realms where light and shadow were not merely elements but conscious forces with desires and hungers of their own. With reverent caution, Gandalf lifted the tome, feeling its unnatural weight, heavier than its size suggested, as though burdened with knowledge too vast for mortal comprehension. He would study it in secret, determine how it had survived, and then decide whether such power belonged in the world of men. Had the wizard known what forces were already in motion, he might never have left the hidden chamber that night. Eldrin, apprenticed to the White Council, had spent 3 years cataloguing the lesser volumes of Orthanc's library, all while searching for something greater, something to distinguish himself among the wise. Ambitious beyond his 19 years, with quick eyes that missed little and quicker fingers that could reproduce any sigil after a single glance, he had observed Gandalf's secret midnight research for weeks. The grimoire called to him in dreams, promises of power whispered directly into his sleeping mind, knowledge that would elevate him from mere scribe to a name spoken with reverence through the ages. On the night Gandalf departed for the northern kingdoms, Eldrin made his move. The locks and wards protecting the wizard's private study were formidable, but patterns were Eldrin's specialty. By dawn, the Liber Umbrarum lay open before him, its pages seeming to turn of their own accord to reveal incantations that made the air itself shiver with anticipation. "Apertus est velum," he read aloud, the ancient words resonating with power despite his untrained pronunciation. "Under tenebris venit." The first tear appeared above the tower of Orthanc, not a visible rent in the sky, but a wrongness that caused birds to fall dead in mid-flight and plants to wither as though touched by invisible frost. By sunset, shadow creatures slipped through the widening breach, entities with forms that shifted like smoke yet left charred footprints in their wake, beings with too many limbs that moved in geometries impossible for mortal minds to comprehend. Eldrin's screams echoed through the tower as the first of these entities claimed him, not killing the apprentice, but merging with him, transforming him into a vessel through which more breaches could be opened. When the council's messengers reached Gandalf 3 days later, the northern villages near Orthanc had already been abandoned, their inhabitants fled or transformed into empty-eyed servants of whatever now controlled Eldrin's body and voice. "You seek Morcath," said the innkeeper at the edge of the blighted lands, her voice hushed as she glanced nervously at the darkening sky. "None who value their souls venture into his domain willingly. And yet here I stand," Gandalf replied, his grey cloak mud-spattered from hard travel, his eyes haunted by the devastation he'd witnessed on his journey south. "Third ravine beyond the weeping stones," she finally offered, making a warding sign across her heart. "But be warned, wizard. The fallen lord no longer deals in coin or common courtesies. His price is different now." The territory once known as Eastmark had been transformed by its lord's disgrace. Where prosperous villages had once dotted fertile valleys, now stood twisted parodies of habitation, buildings half consumed by a forest that grew too quickly, trees bearing fruit that pulsed like beating hearts. The very land reflected Morcath's fall from grace, his transformation from revered general to exile following the Shadow Wars. Gandalf found him in a pavilion crafted from what appeared to be living shadow, solidified into sweeping arches that moved subtly, like fabric caught in an unfelt breeze. Morcath himself lounged upon a throne of twisted ebony, a figure whose physical beauty remained unmarred despite his corruption, or perhaps enhanced by it. His eyes, however, revealed his true nature. Irises of swirling midnight in which distant stars occasionally flared and died. "The great Gandalf graces my humble exile," Morcath observed, his voice melodious despite the bitter edge to his words. "Has the White Council finally recognized the foolishness of my banishment? I come seeking knowledge only you possess," Gandalf said, ignoring the barb. "Shadow entities have breached our world through the power of the Liber Umbrarum." At the grimoire's name, Morcath's languid posture vanished. He leaned forward, those starlit eyes widening. "Impossible. That book was destroyed. I watched Moridane cast it into the abyssal flame myself. And yet it survived, hidden within Orthanc all these centuries." Gandalf's gaze remained steady. "Just as some say parts of you survived your communion with the Shadow Realm." A tense silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken history and mutual distrust. "The entities cannot be destroyed by conventional means," Morcath finally said. "Not by blade, nor spell, nor fire. I learned this at great cost during the Shadow Wars." His hand unconsciously moved to his chest, where, beneath fine robes, lay scars that occasionally leaked shadows rather than blood. Only the light-forged scepter can seal the breaches they create. "The elven artifact," Gandalf murmured. "Are lost in the whispering forests." "Not lost," Morcath's smile was sharp as a blade. "Protected by elves who would sooner see the world devoured than entrust their treasures to mankind again." He rose from his throne with fluid grace. "You need me, Gandalf. Not just my knowledge, but my presence. The Twilight Elves will speak to me when they would slay any other who entered their domain." "Why would you help?" Gandalf asked, suspicion evident in his tone. "Your exile is comfortable enough." Morcath gestured toward the distant horizon, where unnatural storm clouds boiled. "Because whatever comes through those breaches answers to powers that once enslaved even me. Better to rule in a world of light than serve in a realm of endless shadow." His starlit eyes fixed on Gandalf with unexpected intensity. "I have survived one occupation by darkness. I have no desire to endure another." The crystal mountains pierced the sky like the spines of some colossal beast, their translucent peaks refracting sunlight into rainbows that danced across valleys of ice-blue grass. Travel was treacherous, not merely from the terrain, but from the whispers that plagued Gandalf's dreams and the shadow creatures that harried their path, growing more numerous and substantial as they neared the heart of the corruption. Morcath proved his worth on the third night, when a shadow entity the size of a small house descended upon their camp. The fallen lord's hands wove complex patterns in the air, shadows responding to his commands, forcing the creature to retain a single form long enough for Gandalf's staff to pierce its core with concentrated light. "It recognized you," Gandalf observed afterward, binding a wound on Morcath's arm that leaked both blood and tendrils of darkness. "It spoke your name. We have history, the Void Lords and I." Morcath's expression was unreadable, as do all who survived the Shadow Wars. Beyond the mountains lay the whispering forests, where trees tall as towers grew so close together that their canopies merged into a ceiling of emerald and gold. No path existed, or rather, paths appeared and disappeared with seeming randomness, leading the unwary in circles until they collapsed from exhaustion and were claimed by the forest itself. "They are watching us," Morcath whispered on their second day beneath the living canopy. "Have been since we crossed the tree line." As if summoned by his words, they appeared. Elves unlike any Gandalf had encountered in his long travels. Tall and lithe as their woodland kin, but with skin that shimmered with an inner luminescence and eyes entirely black save for pinpricks of light, like distant stars. The Twilight Elves, ancient even when the first kingdoms of men were young. Morcath of the Fallen Stars, their leader said, her voice like crystal wind chimes. "You dare return to our realm after the desecration your kind wrought upon it?" "I come as guide to one who would prevent a greater desecration," Morcath replied, bowing with unexpected humility. The shadow breaches open once more. The Liber Umbrarum has returned. A ripple of what might have been fear, or perhaps anticipation, passed through the assembled elves. "Then the cycle begins anew," the leader murmured. "Come." The Council of Twilight must hear of this. The elven city of Tir Elethil existed between states of being, partly physical, with spiraling towers grown from living trees, and partly ethereal, with structures that seemed to phase in and out of visibility, as though existing simultaneously in multiple realms. At its center stood an ancient oak, whose trunk would have required 20 men joining hands to encircle, its bark inscribed with runes that glowed with soft silver light. It was here, beneath the ancestor tree, that Gandalf finally learned the truth. "The grimoire was never meant to be destroyed," explained Elistirion, eldest of the Twilight Council. "It is a record, not merely of spells, but of the pact that separates the realms, written by one who walked between worlds to establish the boundaries that protect all existence." "Moridane," Gandalf said, pieces falling into place. "My mentor." "Your mentor," Morcath echoed, surprise evident in his voice. "The Realm Walker was your teacher." Elistirion nodded gravely. Moridane created the book as both warning and weapon, a means to seal breaches should they ever form naturally, but in the wrong hands, it becomes the very tool to create such breaches, Gandalf finished. "Ndin, and now my apprentice has unleashed exactly what the book was meant to prevent." The light-forged scepter, when finally brought forth, seemed almost mundane compared to the majesty around it, a rod of pale wood topped with a crystal that contained what appeared to be a captured sunbeam, eternally shifting and curling within its prison. "It cannot destroy the entities," Elistirion warned as he placed it in Gandalf's hands. "It'll only return them to their realm and seal the passages between. But beware, the one who wields it must face the shadows directly. There is no casting from safety." "I will wield it," Gandalf said firmly. "We will wield it," Morcath corrected, those starlit eyes meeting Gandalf's with unexpected resolve. My sins may never be forgiven, wizard, but perhaps they may yet be balanced. The confrontation at Orthanc unfolded beneath skies, torn by lightning that moved in geometric patterns, illuminating tiers in reality through which loomed shapes of such cosmic vastness that to gaze upon them directly invited madness. The tower itself had been transformed, obsidian walls now flowing like black liquid, reshaping according to geometries that defied physical laws. At its pinnacle waited Eldrin, or what had once been Eldrin. The apprentice's form now served as an anchor for something vast and ancient, his flesh a vessel through which entities beyond comprehension influenced the material world. The Liber Umbrarum hovered before him, pages turning in a wind that existed in no earthly realm. Master, the thing wearing Eldrin's face greeted Gandalf, the voice a discordant blend of the apprentice's tenor and something deeper, older. You return to witness the unification. Soon, the barriers will fall completely. All realms shall be one realm, all existence, one existence. Unified under shadow, Gandalf replied, the light-forged scepter concealed beneath his robes. Yet with all life enslaved to entities that cannot comprehend the meaning of freedom or joy, concepts without meaning in the face of cosmic truth, not Eldrin dismissed, we offer perfection, unchanging, eternal. We decline your offer, Morkath called, stepping forward to draw the entity's attention. The creature's focus shifted, recognition flaring in eyes now completely black. The vessel that rejected us. You will serve again, Morkath of the Shadows. Your rebellion was merely temporary. While the entity's attention fixed on Morkath, Gandalf slipped the scepter from his robes. Ancient elven words of power spilled from his lips, causing the crystal to flare with blinding light that illuminated the tears in reality, making them momentarily tangible. The entity screamed with Eldrin's voice, lunging toward Gandalf with impossible speed. Morkath intercepted, his own body wreathed in shadows that he had summoned and now controlled. Darkness fighting darkness, giving Gandalf the seconds needed to complete the incantation. Light erupted from the scepter in a spiraling column that struck the hovering grimoire. Instead of destroying the book, the light was absorbed, causing the runes on its pages to ignite with matching radiance. The book's purpose reasserted itself, not a tool for creating breaches, but for sealing them. One by one, the tiers in reality began to close, the entities beyond howling in frustration as their access to the material world was severed. Not Eldrin convulsed, shadows pouring from his mouth and eyes as the possessing force was drawn back through the diminishing breach. In the final moment, as the last tier sealed itself, Morkath stood at the edge of the closing portal, his body half consumed by shadow, half illuminated by the scepter's light. "Tell them," he called to Gandalf, "that some debts can be repaid after all." Then he was gone, drawn into the space between worlds as the final breach sealed with a thunderclap that shook Orthanc to its foundations. In the silence that followed, Gandalf knelt beside Eldrin's crumpled form. The apprentice still breathed, though his eyes, when they opened, held a haunted knowledge that would never fully fade. "I'm sorry," the young man whispered. "I only wanted to be remembered." Gandalf's hand rested gently on his shoulder. "Some forms of remembrance come at too high a price, young one. A lesson I, too, have been reminded of today." The Liber Umbrarum lay nearby, its pages now blank, save for a single line of text, in a hand Gandalf recognized from his earliest days of study. Between light and shadow lies wisdom, between wisdom and power lies choice. Moradin's final lesson, preserved across the ages for the student who would most need to learn it. Story 2. The eternal flame atop Orthanc had burned for 1,000 years, its golden light a beacon visible from the farthest reaches of the Five Kingdoms. But on the night of the blood moon, when autumn winds carved whispers through the ancient stone corridors, the flame flickered for the first time in living memory. High in his observatory chamber, Gandalf the Grey's weathered hands gripped the window ledge as he watched the impossible. The sacred fire dimming, its once mighty blaze reduced to trembling tongues of amber light that cast wavering shadows across his troubled face. The tower itself seemed to respond, a low vibration rumbling through obsidian walls that had stood unmoving since the Elder Days. Ancient prophecies, dismissed as children's tales by all but the wisest, echoed in Gandalf's mind. When the eternal flame falters, the Lord of Ash shall rise from slumber, and all that live shall know his breath of ruin. Morithil was awakening. The ancient enemy, bound in the darkness beneath the world when the first flame was kindled. As dawn broke over the spire of Orthanc, messengers arrived bearing grim tidings, strange grey mists creeping through the northern forests, turning living creatures to stone and leaving only ash in their wake. The signs were unmistakable. The flame must be rekindled, Gandalf murmured to himself, but the knowledge of how was lost with the last of the Flame Keepers. Yet as fate would have it, salvation and doom often wear the same face. In the humble village of Emberdale, nestled in the shadow of the Mistwall Mountains, 17-year-old Lyriel knew nothing of ancient prophecies or awakening evils. Her concerns were those of any village healer's apprentice, gathering herbs before the first frost and tending to old matron Esme's rheumatic joints. But Lyriel was marked by strange gifts she could not explain. Flames in the hearth leaned toward her presence, and candles brightened when she sang. Most troubling were her dreams, visions of a tower wreathed in fire, and a voice calling her name from within a blaze. It was on the morning after the blood moon that the mark appeared, a spiral pattern of ember-red lines across her palm that glowed like hot coals beneath her skin, yet caused no pain. By nightfall, a grey-cloaked stranger arrived at the village gates, leaning on a gnarled staff and asking for the girl with fire in her blood. "You bear the sigil of the Flame Keepers," Gandalf told her when they sat alone in Matron Esme's garden, moonlight silvering his beard. "I suspected there might be survivors, but never imagined their lineage would remain hidden in such a remote place." "Flame Keepers," Lyriel's voice was barely audible. "My mother died birthing me. I know nothing of my heritage, yet it knows you," the wizard replied, gently turning her palm upward. The spiral mark pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. "The eternal flame that guards the world against ancient darkness is failing, Lyriel. And your blood carries the power to rekindle it." That night, as Lyriel packed a small bundle of possessions, Matron Esme revealed the truth she'd guarded for 17 years. How a dying woman had staggered into Emberdale during the worst blizzard in memory, a newborn clutched to her breast, and whispered of fire and destiny with her final breaths. She wore this," Esme said, pressing a pendant into Lyriel's hand, a teardrop crystal that seemed to contain a living ember at its heart. "I kept it until you were ready." By morning, Lyriel had left the only home she'd ever known, following a wizard toward a destiny written in flame. The veil of lost echoes stretched before them like a wound in the world, a mist-shrouded canyon where shattered remnants of ancient civilizations protruded from the earth like broken bones. Colossal statues, half consumed by time and vegetation, stood sentinel over ruins whose original purpose had been forgotten for millennia. "The dragons dwell in the deepest reaches of the Vale," Gandalf explained as they picked their way along a treacherous path. "Ancient beings who remember the world's forging. They guard the primordial crystals, fragments of the original fire that birthed the stars." And we need these crystals to rekindle the eternal flame? Lyriel asked, her voice echoing strangely in the mist, returning to her ears as whispered fragments of some forgotten tongue. We need one crystal, freely given by its guardian, the wizard corrected. A task no mortal has accomplished since the first age. Their path grew steeper, winding through stone archways carved with symbols that seemed to writhe with meaning, just beyond comprehension. The air grew warmer, carrying the scent of brimstone and ancient magic. 3 days into their journey, as they made camp beside a pool of water so clear it seemed like liquid crystal, a shadow passed overhead, massive wings momentarily blotting out the stars. They were being watched. It was near midnight when steel flashed at Gandalf's throat, a blade wielded by a figure who had approached without triggering the wizard's carefully laid wards. Give me one reason why I shouldn't separate your head from your shoulders, spellcaster, growled a voice rough as stone against steel. Lyriel gasped, her pendant flaring with sudden light that illuminated their attacker, a man clad in battered armor that might once have been magnificent. His face, half hidden behind an unkempt beard, bore scars that spoke of battles hard won and harder lost. But it was his eyes that held her attention, grey as storm clouds and burning with a hatred so intense it seemed almost tangible. Because Vorin of the Ashlands, Gandalf replied calmly, making no move to defend himself, we share a common enemy. The blade pressed deeper. There is no enemy more common to me than wizards, Vorin snarled. It was your kind who promised protection to my homeland when Morithil's servants came. Your kind who failed, who fled while Ebonreach burned and its people turned to statues of ash. And it is Morithil himself who now awakens, Gandalf said. Would you allow your thirst for vengeance to doom the remaining kingdoms to Ebonreach's fate? For a long moment, the only sound was the gentle lapping of water against stone. Then, with reluctance etched in every movement, Vorin lowered his blade. I know these lands, he said finally. And I've hunted the dragons for years, seeking their fire to forge a weapon capable of destroying those who betrayed my people. I will guide you to them, but not for your sake, wizard, for those who still live, who need not know the fate of Ebonreach. The dragon's lair lay within the hollow remnants of what had once been a temple to forgotten gods. Massive columns, carved to resemble intertwined serpents, supported a domed ceiling open to the sky. At the chamber's center rested Calyrax the Ancient, a dragon whose scales gleamed like burnished copper in the shaft of sunlight that pierced the dome. Eyes like molten gold regarded the three travelers with the patient wisdom of mountains. I have dreamed of your coming, the dragon's voice resonated, not in their ears but in their minds, each word accompanied by the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke. The girl with ember blood, the wizard who walks between worlds, and the knight whose heart burns brighter than his hatred. Vorin stiffened at this, his hand instinctively seeking his sword hilt. We seek a primordial crystal, Gandalf said, bowing deeply. Look, the eternal flame falters, and with it, the seal that binds Morithil. And you believe rekindling the flame will save your world? Calyrax's laughter was the sound of avalanches in distant mountains. The flame is merely a manifestation, mortal ones. Its true power lies in the sacrifice that birthed it. The dragon's gaze settled on Lyriel, who felt her mark burning beneath her skin. Your ancestors understood this, Flamekeeper. Each generation, one of your bloodline renewed the sacrifice, feeding the flame with their essence, not their life, but their purity. To touch divinity is to be forever changed. What does that mean? Lyriel's voice trembled despite her efforts. It means, Vorin interrupted, his expression grim with sudden understanding, that rekindling the flame doesn't require your death, it requires your transformation. Calyrax inclined his massive head. The night speaks truth. To become the vessel for primordial fire is to become something neither human nor divine, a being of immense power, tethered forever to the flame, neither fully alive nor truly dead. The last flamekeeper who made this choice still burns at Orthanc's peak, her consciousness scattered across 1,000 years of solitary vigilance. Silence fell heavy as a funeral shroud. "There must be another way," Gandalf said finally. "There is always choice," the dragon agreed. "You may allow Morithil to rise and face him with conventional means, though none have succeeded before. Or," Calyrax's tail swept across the stone floor, revealing a crystal the size of a child's fist, pulsing within a light, "the Flamekeeper may accept her inheritance." As they departed the dragon's lair, the crystal secured in a pouch against Lyriel's heart, none spoke of the choice that awaited her. But that night, as they camped beneath stars that seemed suddenly cold and distant, Vorin approached her where she sat apart from the others. "In Ibenrik," he said without preamble, "there was a saying, 'From the ashes of sacrifice, hope takes flight.'" His calloused hand briefly touched her shoulder. "And whatever you decide, your courage honors those who came before you." It was the closest thing to kindness she had heard from him, and somehow more comforting than Gandalf's well-meaning assurances that they would find an alternative. The flaming abyss yawned before them like a wound in the world's flesh, a chasm where rivers of molten rock flowed in hypnotic patterns, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with heat. Here, according to ancient lore, the first spark of the eternal flame had been drawn from the world's heart by the original flame keepers. Lyriel stood at the edge, the primordial crystal clutched in her marked palm, its light pulsing in time with her heartbeat. Behind her, Gandalf and Vorin waited in respectful silence, offering neither encouragement nor discouragement. This choice was hers alone. "If I do this," she said, her voice steady despite her fear, "what becomes of me?" "You become the flame," Gandalf answered gently. "Your consciousness will expand beyond mortal understanding. You will know both the wisdom of ages and the terrible solitude of immortality." "You will become what I have hated," Vorin added, his voice rough with emotion he could not fully suppress. "And yet, perhaps you will also become what I have sought, justice for those already lost, protection for those who remain." Lyriel closed her eyes, feeling the crystal's warmth spreading up her arm, igniting something ancient in her blood. In that moment, she saw visions of possible futures, worlds consumed by ash and shadow should Morithil rise unopposed, generations of children who would never draw breath, forests that would never feel spring's touch again. And she saw, too, the endless vigilance that awaited her, centuries of solitude, watching over a world she could no longer fully participate in. A world that would, in time, forget the sacrifice that preserved it, reducing her to legend and then to myth. "Sometimes," she whispered, "the greatest acts of love are those no one will remember." With those words, Lyriel stepped into the abyss, the crystal held before her like a star. Fire rose to meet her, not consuming, but embracing. Her form became incandescent, her silhouette dissolving into pure radiance that shot skyward like a newborn sun. From the Tower of Orthanc to the farthest shores of the Five Kingdoms, people looked up as day seemed to dawn. In the middle of night, a column of golden fire stretching from earth to heavens, burning away the encroaching grey mists wherever its light touched. In the smouldering aftermath, as Gandalf and Vorin made their way back through the veil of lost echoes, The knight who had sworn vengeance against all wizardry found himself walking beside one in shared grief and purpose. "What will you do now?" Gandalf asked as they reached the Vale's edge, where their paths would diverge. Vorin gazed toward the distant spire of Orthanc, where the eternal flame now blazed brighter than it had in centuries. "I will remember," he said simply. "Someone should." And in the heart of that renewed flame, in a consciousness stretched across dimensions barely comprehensible to mortal minds, Lyriel, who was now both more and less than Lyriel, heard his words and was comforted, for in the endless vigilance that would be her existence, remembrance was perhaps the greatest gift of all. Story 3. A half-moon hung like a silver sickle above the tower of Orthanc, its light barely penetrating the ancient library where Gandalf the Grey hunched over crumbling parchments. Dust motes danced in the feeble glow of his staff, the only illumination in chambers untouched by mortal hands for centuries. The wizard's gnarled fingers trembled as they traced lines of script so old that the language itself had nearly been forgotten. A prophecy fragmented across 7 scrolls, their edges blackened as though someone had attempted to burn away the knowledge they contained. "Nay, when darkness rises like a tide," he murmured, translating the ancient text, "5 shall stand against the storm, the son of tempests, born of lightning and shame, the daughter of tides, whose tears become pearls, the heir of flames, marked by the phoenix, the guardian of stones, who speaks to the sleeping earth, and the Lady of Winds, whose voice carries truth across the realms." A sudden gust extinguished the candles along the walls, leaving only the pale blue light of his staff. Gandalf looked up sharply. In Orthanc, no wind blew unless summoned. "Prophecies are dangerous things," came a voice from the doorway. "They have a way of fulfilling themselves in the most unexpected and often unwelcome ways." Saruman the White stood framed in the archway, his immaculate robes seeming to absorb the shadows rather than dispel them. His smile did not reach his eyes. "This speaks of a darkness approaching the 5 kingdoms," Gandalf said, gesturing to the scattered fragments, "a darkness that only 5 chosen individuals can stand against." "Old legends, nothing more," Saruman dismissed with a wave of his long-fingered hand. "Surely you don't believe such superstitious nonsense." But Gandalf had already noticed what his fellow wizard had not, the way the ink seemed to shimmer on the parchment, responding to Saruman's presence with an ancient magic of its own. His suspicions, harbored for months now, crystallized into certainty. "Perhaps," he conceded, with a carefully measured tone, "but I think I shall investigate further nonetheless." That night, Gandalf slipped away from Orthanc with the prophecy fragments concealed within his grey robes, the first steps of a journey that would challenge everything he believed about the world and about those he had once trusted. The Whispering Pines Tavern at the crossroads of Bree was exactly the sort of establishment where a disgraced warrior might drink away his sorrows and his coin. Thorn occupied the darkest corner, his once fine armor now battered and tarnished, his beard unkempt. Only his sword remained immaculate, gleaming with obsessive care across his knees as he sharpened its already lethal edge. "They say you once commanded the king's own guard," Gandalf remarked, settling uninvited at the scarred wooden table, "before the accusation of treason." Thorn's eyes, the color of storm clouds, flicked up to assess the wizard. "They say many things, most untrue." His voice was rough from disuse, or perhaps from the cheap spirits before him. "And yet, here you sit, alive, when traitors typically decorate the kingdom's gates with their heads." Gandalf produced a fragment of parchment, setting it before Thorn. Did you know your mother named you Thorn for a reason? In the old tongue, it means thunder's child. The warrior's hand stilled on his whetstone. My mother died birthing me. How would you know what she named me or why? Because, Gandalf replied, tapping the parchment where ancient symbols glowed faintly blue in response to Thorn's proximity. She knew what you were destined to become, the son of tempests. The first of the 5 who must stand against the coming darkness. Thorn would have laughed, had it not been for the sudden crack of thunder outside, from a sky that had been clear moments before. They traveled east, toward the mournful marshes where, according to local law, a healer woman lived who could command the tides with her tears. The Shadow Knights found them first, black-armored riders on steeds that seemed more smoke than flesh, their faces hidden behind helmets forged to resemble screaming demons. The king sends his regards, their leader announced, voice hollow within his helm. And his disappointment that a once great wizard now consorts with traitors. Curious, Gandalf replied, leaning on his staff with deceptive casualness, that King Aldrin would send his personal guard on such an errand, unless, of course, he fears something. Or someone has whispered fear into his ear, Thorn added, his hand already on his sword hilt. The Shadow Knights attacked without further preamble, their blades singing through the air with lethal precision. But they had not expected the storm that suddenly burst from the clear sky above, nor the way Thorn's sword now crackled with lightning that leapt from its edge to strike his opponents, their armor becoming a deadly conductor. Afterward, as rain washed away the evidence of battle, Thorn stared at his hands in wonder and horror. What am I becoming? He whispered. What you were always meant to be, Gandalf answered, retrieving the prophecy fragments from his robes. Now, we must find the others before Saruman's knights do. The Daughter of Tides was not what either had expected. Lyra was barely 16, a slip of a girl with webbed fingers and eyes the shifting color of the sea. They found her in a fishing village on the edge of the mournful marshes, where locals both feared and revered her for her ability to predict the tides and calm the waters during storms. I've dreamed of you both, she said when they approached her driftwood hut. The Grey Wanderer and the Lightning Man, her gaze, ancient beyond her years, settled on Thorn. But there are others in my dreams. A man wreathed in flames who walks unburned. A woman who speaks with stones and hears their answers, and another who sings to the wind, and the wind carries her songs across the world. The Heir of Flames, the Guardian of Stones, and the Lady of Winds, Gandalf confirmed. We must find them. The Flame Walker is in the mountains, Lyra said, gathering a shell-decorated bag, where the dwarves once mined rubies the size of a man's fist. The Stone Speaker tends the ancient circles in the western forests, and the Wind Singer, she paused, uncertainty crossing her features. She is both near and far. I cannot see her clearly. As they prepared to leave, Lyra lifted a pendant from around her neck, a teardrop pearl of impossible blue, suspended in silver filigree. When I cry, she explained softly, my tears become these. I've never known why. Thorn, who had been silent and wary, finally spoke. How can you so readily accept this destiny, to follow strangers based on ancient words and strange dreams? Lyra's smile held the patience of the eternal tides. Because for the first time, I understand why I've always been different. Don't you feel it too? The relief of finding purpose in your strangeness. The warrior had no answer, but as they departed the village, Gandalf noticed how Thorn positioned himself protectively near the girl, his hand never straying far from his sword hilt. They found the air of flames in the Ember Caverns, a network of volcanic tunnels where Ardell, once a simple blacksmith's apprentice, had fled after surviving a forge explosion that should have reduced him to ash. Instead, he had emerged with skin that glowed from within like banked coals, and the ability to shape fire with his bare hands. The Guardian of Stones was Edric, an elderly man who had spent decades tending the mysterious stone circles scattered throughout the ancient whispering forest. The trees themselves seemed to bow in his presence, and when he ran his gnarled hands over weathered megaliths, they hummed with resonant power that made the ground itself tremble. With each addition to their company, the fragments of prophecy glowed brighter, the script becoming more legible, revealing details of the coming darkness, a storm of shadows that would devour the 5 kingdoms one by one, leaving only lifeless husks behind. But the Lady of Winds remained elusive, a phantom in their dreams, but nowhere to be found in waking life, and without her, the mystical seal they each carried within them, revealed as birthmarks that had begun to glow with inner light, remained incomplete. "We are running out of time," Gandalf warned as they made camp in the ruins of Andoril, once the greatest city of the ancient world, now reduced to crumbling marble columns and half-buried statues. "The darkness approaches, and we are not yet whole." That night, as they slept beneath the stars, Shadow Knights attacked again, but this time they were not alone. With them came Saruman himself, his white robes now streaked with shadowy tendrils that writhed like living things. "Did you really think I wouldn't find you?" he asked, his voice carrying easily across the ruins. "That I would allow some ancient prophecy to undermine everything I have worked toward." Gandalf stood, staff blazing with protective light. "What have you done, old friend?" "What was necessary," Saruman replied. "The darkness comes not to destroy the world, Gandalf, but to remake it, and I shall be its architect." The battle that followed shook the very foundations of the ruins. Thorn called down lightning that shattered marble columns. Lyra summoned water from deep beneath the earth, creating barriers of ice. Ardell hurled spears of living flame, while Edric commanded the very stones to rise up against their attackers. But Saruman's power had grown beyond what any had suspected. With a single gesture, he sent Gandalf flying backward into a crumbling wall. With another, he extinguished Ardell's flames and froze Lyra's waters. "You cannot win," he declared, "not without your 5th. And she will never come, because she never existed. I altered the prophecy centuries ago, removing the true 5th member and replacing her with a phantom, the Lady of Winds, a fabrication to ensure the seal could never be completed." As if in answer to his boast, a soft melody drifted through the ruins, a wordless song so pure and clear that even the Shadow Knights paused in their attack. From the darkness between fallen columns stepped a small figure in a tattered cloak, her face hidden beneath a deep hood. "You're wrong, Saruman," she said, her voice carrying like a breeze across the battlefield. "The Lady of Winds is no fabrication." The hood fell back, revealing the serene face of a child no more than 12 years old, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that swirled with miniature tempests. "And Delicia," Gandalf breathed in recognition, "the king's daughter. The one you thought you had eliminated from the prophecy," she continued, approaching without fear. "But you cannot destroy what was written in the very fabric of creation. You merely scattered my essence, forcing me to exist in fragments, in dreams, in whispers of wind that carried my song to those who were destined to hear it." As she spoke, the birthmarks on the other 4 began to glow with blinding intensity. Elysia extended her small hands, and the air around her fingers became visible, currents of silvery wind that connected to each of the others, completing a pattern that suddenly blazed into existence beneath their feet, a perfect pentagram encompassing the ruins. The seal was never meant to prevent the darkness, Gandalf realized, understanding dawning as he studied the completed prophecy fragments now hovering before him. It was meant to contain it, to prevent what was imprisoned from escaping. Saruman's confident expression faltered for the first time. "No, the darkness is not approaching," Alicia confirmed, her child's voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. "It has been here all along, sleeping beneath Anduril, bound by the original five, who gave their lives to create the first seal. And you, Saruman, have been its unwitting servant, working to free what should remain forever chained." From beneath the ruins, something vast and ancient stirred, sending tremors through the ground. But as it rose, seeking the freedom promised by Saruman's corruption, it met instead a renewed seal, 5 individuals, each connected to primordial forces, standing together as their predecessors had done thousands of years before. The last thing Saruman saw, before the blinding light engulfed everything, was Gandalf's expression, not of triumph, but of profound sadness for what his old friend had become, and for what must now be done to preserve the world they had both once sworn to protect. Story 4. The obsidian walls of Orthanc trembled that night, though no wind stirred in the valley of Isengard. Deep within the tower's sealed chambers, ancient wards collapsed like spiderwebs, brushed aside by an unseen hand. By dawn, when Gandalf the Grey ascended the spiral staircase to the Chamber of Relics, he knew before seeing the empty plinth that the Mirror of Souls had been taken. Moonlight gleamed off the black stone, where the artifact had rested for 3 centuries, an ornate silver mirror whose glass swirled with mists that sometimes parted to reveal faces not present in the room. Gandalf's weathered fingers traced the broken seals, magical sigils now dull and lifeless where they had once pulsed with protective enchantment. Only a master of the arcane could have breached such defenses, came a melodic voice from the doorway. Arahel stood there, tall and slender as all of elvenkind, yet distinct in her scholarly demeanor. Silver eyes reflected centuries of accumulated wisdom, at odds with her youthful appearance. Her robes of midnight blue bore the constellation patterns of the elven arcanum, marking her as one who had dedicated immortal years to understanding the world's most dangerous artifacts. Or someone with knowledge of their specific construction, Gandalf replied, his bushy eyebrows furrowed beneath his pointed hat. Someone who has studied the mirror extensively? Arahel's lips thinned. You speak of Saruman. I speak of uncertainty, which in matters of ancient power is most troubling. Gandalf's gaze fell upon the empty plinth once more. What do you know of the mirror's origins? Only fragments, the elf admitted, approaching with silent steps. It was forged in the Second Age, when the boundaries between worlds were more permeable. Its purpose was containment, though of what the records are deliberately obscured. Gandalf nodded grimly. It imprisons souls. Arahel. And more troubling still, it binds them to the will of whoever holds the mirror. Then we must recover it with haste. Her voice remained calm, though her fingers instinctively touched the silver pendant at her throat, a protective amulet from an age when darker things roamed Middle-earth freely. Gandalf's eyebrows rose. I have spent 8 centuries studying such artifacts. You will need my knowledge. Her tone left no room for argument, a surprising strength from one who had rarely left her library in 3 human lifetimes. 3 days later, found them traversing the lower slopes of the Bone Mountains. where jagged peaks thrust upward like the vertebrae of some colossal beast half buried in the earth. Mists clung to the valleys, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of ancient ruins, remnants of kingdoms whose names had been forgotten even by the elves. The residual magic grows stronger, Arahel observed, her pendant glowing faintly in the gathering twilight, but it bears a strange resonance, as though the mirror's power has been altered. Corrupted, perhaps, Gandalf muttered, leaning on his staff as he surveyed the treacherous path ahead. Few can wield such artifacts without consequence. They made camp beneath a stone overhang as night fell, the stars obscured by roiling clouds that seemed to spiral above the highest peak. Neither spoke of the unnatural pattern, but both kept watch in alternating shifts, the wizard's staff and the elf's pendant providing the only light in the oppressive darkness. Dawn brought no sun, only a lessening of shadow. As they prepared to continue their ascent, a figure dropped silently from the rocks above, landing in a graceful crouch before them. The man rose slowly, hands deliberately visible and empty. He wore leather armor of exceptional quality, though worn from hard use. A veritable arsenal of daggers was strapped across his chest, and a short sword hung at his hip. But it was his face that commanded attention, handsome in the way of dangerous things, with eyes of such pale blue they appeared almost silver in certain light, and a thin scar bisecting his left eyebrow. "You're following the wrong trail," he said without preamble. The mirror wasn't taken this way. Gandalf's staff was already raised, its crystal tip glowing with warning light. "And you would know this how, Master." "Cailan." "Just Cailan." He made a dismissive gesture. "I'm a finder of things, especially things that don't wish to be found." "A thief, then," Arahel said, her melodic voice carrying no judgment. Cailan smiled, a quick flash of white teeth. "A distinction without difference, in many cases, my lady," his expression sobered. "But I didn't take your mirror, though I've been hunting the one who did for a fortnight now." "For what purpose?" Gandalf demanded. "He has something of mine." A shadow crossed Cailan's face. "Something irreplaceable." "He?" Arahel pressed. "My brother." Cailan's voice had gone flat. "My twin, Mela. Once we were inseparable. Now." He gestured vaguely toward the mountains. "Now he carries the Mirror of Souls and leaves crystallized corpses in his wake. Whatever that artifact is, it's consuming him." Gandalf and Arahel exchanged concerned glances. The mirror doesn't merely contain souls," the elf explained reluctantly. "It transforms them. Your brother may no longer be as you knew him." "All the more reason to find him quickly," Cailan replied. "He's headed for the dwarven halls beneath Caradhras, not these mountains. I can lead you there if you'll have me." The ancient entrance to Khazad-dûm loomed before them, carved into the living rock of the mountain. Once magnificent doors of mithril and stone had guarded the passage, but they hung shattered now, as though struck by some tremendous force from within. "Something has awakened that should not have been disturbed," Gandalf murmured, raising his staff higher to illuminate the darkness beyond. The passages they traversed had once been the pride of dwarven craftsmanship, soaring ceilings supported by columns carved to resemble ancient trees, floors inlaid with precious stones that still caught the light of Gandalf's staff in prismatic bursts. But now, a crystalline substance encrusted portions of the walls, spreading like some mineral infection across the stone. "Soul crystal," Arahel whispered, keeping her distance from the growths. "Because the physical manifestation of captured spirits." As they ventured deeper, they encountered the first of the transformed creatures, dwarven miners whose bodies had partially crystallized, their movements jerky and unnatural. their eyes glassy orbs that reflected their own light. The creatures attacked without sound or strategy, simply lurching forward with pickaxes and hammers. Kaelin's blades flashed with deadly precision, while Gandalf's staff blazed with protective fire. Arahel spoke words in ancient Quenya that caused the crystal to vibrate and sometimes shatter, momentarily freeing the tortured souls within. "They're still conscious," she said grimly as they caught their breath after the skirmish, trapped within the crystal but aware of their imprisonment. "Like the mirror itself," Gandalf added. "A prison of awareness." Kaelin's expression hardened as he cleaned his blades. "How far gone is my brother, if he's responsible for this?" Neither the wizard nor the elf offered an answer. They found Mela in the ancient throne room of Durin, a cavernous space where stalactites hung like petrified waterfalls from heights lost in shadow. He knelt at the center of a complex pattern etched into the floor with glowing crystal dust, the mirror of souls hovering before him, suspended in mid-air. The resemblance to Kaelin was unmistakable, yet horribly altered. Crystalline growths had spread across half of Mela's face, and one eye had become a swirling vortex of mist, identical to the mirror's surface. When he spoke, his voice echoed as though multiple beings spoke through him. "Brother," the thing that had been Mela said, "you've brought them to witness the ascension. How thoughtful. What have you done to yourself?" Kaelin's voice broke slightly. "Embraced my purpose." Mela rose, the mirror rotating to float beside him. "The mirror is one of 3 keys, brother, 3 relics forged to bind Morgranth, the god of unmaking. For millennia, the keys were separated, but now..." He gestured to a crystalline altar where 2 other objects lay, a dagger with a blade of transparent crystal and a crown of silver set with clear gemstones. "The blade of division and the crown of dominion," Arahel breathed, "the trinity of binding. And now, the trinity of release," Mela corrected. "With these, I will free Morgranth from his prison between worlds, and in gratitude, he will grant me mastery over life and death themselves. He will consume you and everything else." Gandalf stepped forward, staff raised. "That is the nature of unmaking. You cannot stop what has already begun." Mela waved his hand, and the crystal growths throughout the chamber animated, forming humanoid shapes that lurched toward the companions. The battle was chaos and desperation. Kaelin moved like smoke between the crystal constructs, his blades seeking his brother while avoiding the grasping hands of the soul creatures. Arahel wove complex spells of containment and dispersion, her voice rising in ancient incantations that momentarily slowed the ritual's progress. Gandalf faced Melor directly, staff against mirror, light against consuming darkness. When the decisive moment came, it was both inevitable and unexpected. Kaelin reached his brother, blades poised to strike, but hesitated. In that moment of fraternal recognition, Mela smiled with his still human half and plunged the crystal blade into his twin's chest. "The final sacrifice," he whispered, "twin blood to break the final seal." As Kaelin fell, Gandalf made his choice. Rather than attacking Mela, he struck the Mirror of Souls with all his power, channeling not destruction, but transformation. The glass surface cracked, and from within, souls began to pour forth, some ancient beyond reckoning, others newly captured. They swirled around the chamber, momentarily free. Arahel understood immediately. "The souls!" she cried. "Direct them to the other artifacts." Together, wizard and elf guided the liberated spirits not to freedom, but to a new purpose. The souls engulfed the crown and blade, and then the mirror itself, binding the 3 relics together in a new configuration, a prison not for the souls, but for the power they had contained. Mela screamed as his connection to the mirror was severed, the crystalline growths on his body flaking away to reveal charred flesh beneath. He collapsed beside his brother, their hands almost touching in death. In the silence that followed, Gandalf knelt beside the transformed relics, now fused into a single crystalline sphere that pulsed with inner light. Not destruction, but transformation, Arahel said softly. You chose a third path. The souls within choose to remain as guardians, Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with exhaustion, a willing imprisonment to prevent a greater evil. And Morgranth, still bound, but more securely now. The wizard carefully lifted the sphere. And this must be taken somewhere beyond mortal reach. As they left the ancient halls, leaving the twins where they had fallen, together in death as they had once been in life, Arahel noticed something unexpected. Among the souls visible in the depths of the new artifact, two identical faces occasionally appeared, their expressions peaceful at last. Even in the mirror, she observed, some reflections choose to remain. Story 5. In the highest chamber of Orthanc, where shadows danced like living things and ancient knowledge whispered from forgotten tomes, Gandalf the Grey stood before a door that should not exist. Unlike the obsidian walls that formed the impenetrable tower, this door gleamed with a silvery light, its surface etched with runes that shifted and changed whenever one tried to read them. For centuries, the wizard had honored the warning passed down by Saruman himself. Beyond lies the infinite library, a realm where knowledge and madness are indistinguishable, none who enter emerge unchanged. But now, Gandalf had no choice. The arcane plague had spread beyond Isengard's borders, transforming the realm's wisest scholars into crystalline statues, their faces frozen in expressions of terrible revelation. The latest victim was Elendil, the court astronomer found at dawn, a perfect sculpture of translucent quartz, his mouth forever open in a silent scream. "You cannot go alone," came a voice from the spiral staircase. Maelis stood in the doorway, her slight frame belying the determination in her eyes. No older than 20 summers, the young scribe carried a satchel of blank parchments and quills, her silver-streaked auburn hair bound tightly in a scholar's knot. "I can read the forbidden tongues. You know this." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows furrowed. "Child, the library consumes those who lack the wisdom to navigate its dangers. Then you require a guide who knows its perils," rumbled a deeper voice. From the shadows emerged a man clad in leather armor worn smooth by years of use. His face, partially concealed by a hood, bore the weathered lines of hard years, but it was the markings visible on his exposed forearms that caught the wizard's attention. Intricate glyphs that seemed to pulse with an inner light, swirling patterns reminiscent of the door's shifting runes. "Thorn," Gandalf acknowledged with cautious respect, "your reputation precedes you, bounty hunter. Yet I wonder what brings the notorious shadow stalker to Orthanc unbidden." Thorn pushed back his hood, revealing more markings crawling up his neck, disappearing into his hairline. "Dreams," he said simply. "Dreams of endless shelves and books with teeth. I know not why, but when word reached me of crystal scholars, I knew my path led here." His eyes, the color of burnished bronze, revealed nothing of the man behind them. "Though my memories fail me, my instincts remain true." Gandalf studied him for a long moment before nodding grimly. "The marked man with no past. Perhaps there is wisdom in the workings of fate after all." The wizard turned back to the silver door, raising his gnarled staff. Ancient words flowed from his lips, words that seemed to catch the dust motes in the air and set them ablaze. The runes on the door flared in response, arranging themselves into a coherent pattern before dissolving entirely. "Speak nothing of what you see to any soul, living or dead," Gandalf warned as the door swung inward, revealing not a chamber, but a vast, impossible space that stretched beyond comprehension. "Take nothing, leave nothing. The library remembers all transgressions." They stepped through the threshold and into wonder. The infinite library defied all rational understanding. Massive bookshelves floated in mid-air, some upside down, others spiraling into the distance like wooden galaxies. Stairways carved from marble and jade connected floating islands of study areas where desks waited with candles eternally burning. The ceiling, if such a thing existed, was lost in a perpetual twilight punctuated by constellations unknown to any astronomer of Middle-earth. "Bree by the Valar," whispered Mylis, her trained scribe's eyes wide with equal parts terror and rapture. "It's beautiful." "Beauty is the library's most dangerous lure," Gandalf cautioned, his staff illuminating a narrow walkway of translucent crystal before them. "Remember our purpose. We seek the Liber Crystallis, the Book of Crystal Transformations." As they ventured deeper, strange creatures flitted between distant shelves, creatures that resembled owls but with too many wings, and serpentine beings composed entirely of living text that slithered through the air. Pages occasionally detached themselves from books to fold into butterflies, their wings inscribed with arcane formulas. Thorn moved with the cautious grace of one accustomed to danger, yet something in his demeanor had changed since entering. His fingers traced the spines of books they passed with an unsettling familiarity. And more than once, Gandalf caught him mouthing words in languages no mortal man should know. "You've been here before," the wizard finally stated, not a question but a realization. Thorn's hand froze above a shelf of grimoires, bound in materials too disturbing to identify. "Aye." He frowned, the markings on his skin pulsing brighter. "These corridors echo in my dreams, but how can one remember what never was?" "The library exists between all times and places," Mylis offered, her quill scratching rapidly as she documented their journey. "But perhaps you came in another life or another future." Their path led them to a central atrium, where reality seemed most tenuous. Walkways branched in all directions like the spokes of a wheel, each leading to sections dedicated to different forbidden arts. At the center floated an enormous crystal sphere that contained what appeared to be a perfect miniature replica of the library itself, including an infinitesimal version of the three travelers standing in the same atrium. "Recursion and reflection," Gandalf murmured. "The library contains all knowledge, including knowledge of itself." There. Thorn pointed to a distant platform where a single pedestal stood, bathed in light from no discernible source. Upon it rested a book bound in what appeared to be translucent crystal, its pages visibly turning of their own accord. "The Liber Crystallis," Gandalf confirmed, "but reaching it will not be simple." Indeed, the path to the pedestal crossed a chasm of swirling mist from which emerged ghostly figures, the specters of all who had ever sought forbidden knowledge and paid the ultimate price. Their faces twisted in eternal anguish, hands reaching out in silent warning or supplication. As they carefully navigated the treacherous path, the library seemed to respond to their presence. Shelves rearranged themselves with grinding sounds that echoed impossibly. Books flew open, their pages fluttering rapidly as if communicating in some arcane language. And everywhere, the sense of being observed by countless unseen eyes. When they finally reached the pedestal, Mylis gasped. "The book, it's written in Valorin, the speech of the gods themselves." "Can you read it?" Gandalf asked, his voice hushed. I can try." Her fingers trembled as she reached for her translation tools. Thorn, meanwhile, had grown deathly still. His markings now glowed with blinding intensity, and sweat beaded on his brow. "I know this book," he whispered. "I know it because I wrote it." The revelation hung in the air like a physical presence. Gandalf turned to him sharply, his eyes narrowing. "Impossible. This tome predates the founding of Middle-earth." "Not Thorn," the bounty hunter said, his voice changing, deepening, ancient power resonating in each syllable. "I was Thoravil then, first lore-master of the Infinite Library, keeper of secrets too dangerous for mortal minds." His eyes had begun to glow with the same light as his markings. "I scattered my memories across 1,000 worlds rather than let them fall into the wrong hands." Understanding dawned on Gandalf's weathered face. "You are one of the Istari, a wizard, like myself." "I was more and less than that," Thoravil replied. "I was the library's guardian until betrayal from within forced me to flee. I hid my true self within this mortal form, these markings containing fragments of my power and knowledge." Mylis looked up from the crystal book, her face pale. "The plague. It's not a plague at all. It's a summoning ritual. Someone is using the crystallized scholars as conduits to channel power from the library into our world." "Saruman," Gandalf breathed, the pieces falling into place. "He seeks what was always denied him, dominion over all knowledge." Thoravil nodded grimly. "The White Wizard found fragments of my journals. He seeks to absorb the library itself into his being." The ground beneath them trembled, and throughout the infinite space, books began to slam shut in thunderous percussion. The crystal sphere at the atrium's center had begun to crack, hairline fractures spreading across its surface. "He's breaking the barriers between worlds," Thoravil warned. "If he succeeds, reality itself will fracture." Mylis closed the crystal book carefully. "There's a binding spell here that can seal the library once more, but it requires a sacrifice," Thoravil finished. "The essence of one who belongs to both worlds." His markings flared brighter than ever. "It must be me." Gandalf gripped his staff tightly. "There must be another way. Knowledge always demands a price, old friend." Thoravil smiled sadly. "I've lived 1,000 lives waiting for this moment of remembrance. The cycle must end." Before either could stop him, Thoravil placed his hands on the crystal book. The markings on his skin detached themselves like living ink, flowing into the pages as he recited words in a language that caused the very air to vibrate. Light erupted from the book, enveloping him entirely. "Return to Orthanc," his voice echoed, already fading. "The scholars will be restored when the ritual is complete. The door will seal behind you, perhaps forever." As the library began to fold in upon itself, shelves collapsing, walkways disintegrating, Gandalf pulled the stunned Mylis toward the exit that had impossibly appeared nearby. They fled through corridors that warped and twisted, pursued by the sound of reality rewriting itself. When they finally stumbled back through the silver door into Orthanc's highest chamber, it slammed shut behind them and dissolved into solid obsidian, leaving no trace it had ever existed. In the days that followed, the crystallized scholars throughout the kingdom gradually returned to flesh, with no memory of their transformation. None, that is, except Elendil the astronomer, who would spend the remainder of his days charting stars that existed in no known sky, and recording the tales of a library where all knowledge waited in patient silence for those brave or foolish enough to seek it. And sometimes, in the quietest hours of night, Gandalf would catch glimpses of runes appearing momentarily on Orthanc's walls, messages from a guardian who watched eternally from the space between worlds, between the lines of every story ever written or yet to be told. Story 6, The Ancient Trees of Fangorn Whispered No More. Where once their leaves had rustled with tales older than the kingdoms of men, now an unnatural stillness hung like a shroud over the forest. Dawn broke reluctantly through the tangled canopy, casting dappled light upon Fendrel as he pressed his weathered palm against the bark of an elder oak. The forest guardian closed his eyes, straining to hear even the faintest murmur from the living wood, the songs that had guided his people for generations. Nothing but hollow silence answered his call. "Speak to me, old friend," Fendrel whispered, his voice breaking. The ranger's green cloak, adorned with silver leaves that marked his station as guardian of the western borders, fluttered in a breeze that carried no woodland secrets. 3 days had passed since the Song of Fangorn had fallen silent, and with each passing hour, Fendrel felt the dread growing like shadows at dusk. The absence of the trees' ancient voices was but the first ill omen. Birds had abandoned their nests, leaving half-formed eggs cooling in the morning air. The streams ran clear, yet tasted of ash upon the tongue. Even the very soil beneath his boots felt wrong, dormant, as if the essence of life itself had begun to withdraw from the world. Fendrel gathered his meager provisions and tightened the leather straps of his pack. The trail of corruption led eastward toward the Tower of Orthanc, where Gandalf the Grey had taken residence in recent months. If any being in Middle-earth could decipher this grim portent, it would be the wandering wizard who had walked the hidden paths between worlds since time immemorial. "Hold fast," he whispered to the silent forest, "till I shall return with answers." The journey to Isengard took 4 days, each step carrying Fendrel further from the wounded heart of his beloved forest and into lands where the malady manifested differently. Fields lay fallow despite the season of growth. Village wells yielded water that quenched thirst but provided no nourishment to crops. Children spoke of nightmares where the stars blinked out one by one. The great obsidian tower of Orthanc rose before him at last, its 4 peaks reaching toward a sky unnaturally devoid of birds. The gates stood ajar, the first sign that something was grievously amiss. No guards challenged his approach. No servants moved within the immaculate gardens. Only silence greeted him, reminiscent of the unnatural quiet that had befallen his forest home. "A Mithrandir," Fendrel called, using the elven name for Gandalf as his voice echoed through empty halls of polished stone. "The forest has fallen silent. I seek your counsel." His footsteps led him upward, following instinct and the faint scent of parchment and pipeweed that always accompanied the grey pilgrim. At the pinnacle of the tower, he found the door to Gandalf's study slightly ajar, a thin beam of light spilling onto the darkened landing. What awaited within stole the breath from Fendrel's lungs. Seated at an ancient desk, surrounded by unfurled scrolls and open tomes, was what appeared to be Gandalf himself, yet utterly still, his skin drawn tight over bone like ancient parchment, eyes open yet unseeing. The wizard's body remained perfectly preserved, as though time itself had forgotten to claim him. "Mithrandir," Fendrel whispered, approaching cautiously. He reached out, his fingers trembling as they neared the wizard's shoulder. Before he could make contact, a voice like autumn leaves spoke from behind him. "He is not dead, though neither does he truly live." Fendrel whirled, reaching for the bone-handled knife at his belt. A slender figure emerged from the shadows, an elf maiden with hair like spun silver and eyes the color of twilight. She wore the simple garments of a traveler, yet moved with the unmistakable grace of one born in the undying lands. "I am Miriel," she said, her voice carrying both music and sorrow in equal measure. "And you are the guardian who still hears the trees. even in their silence. "What has happened to Gandalf?" Fendrel demanded, his knife still raised. Miriel moved past him as though the blade were of no consequence and gently touched the wizard's withered hand. "He walks between worlds, trapped by his own magic and the treachery of one he called friend. I have awaited your arrival, Forest Guardian. I have seen your coming in the strands of fate that bind all living things, all fates but my own." Slowly, Fendrel sheathed his weapon. "You speak in riddles, lady, as do the oldest magics," she replied. "Look there, upon the pages before him." Fendrel leaned forward, examining the arcane script that flowed like water across the open pages. Though he was no scholar, certain words seemed to glow within a light, becoming legible to his untrained eye: the primordial tongue, the first root, the council of ancients. "And Gandalf discovered what few have ever known," Miriel explained, tracing her finger along the illuminated text, "that beneath all forests of Middle-earth runs a single consciousness, ancient beyond reckoning. The trees do not merely live, they are expressions of something greater, something that has watched and judged the races of this world since the first song was sung. And now this consciousness withdraws," Fendrel realized, cold understanding dawning within him. Miriel nodded gravely. Gandalf found the means to commune directly with this primeval awareness. He sought to plead the case for mankind's continued stewardship of Middle-earth. But Saruman the White, his brother in the Order, feared such power would elevate Gandalf above him. He sabotaged the ritual, trapping Gandalf between planes of existence and severing the ancient dialogue between the trees and all who would hear them. Fendrel's fists clenched at his sides. "Then we must complete what Gandalf began." "It is not so simple," Miriel cautioned. "And the ritual requires one who speaks for the trees, one who sees the threads of fate, and one who has known both darkness and light. Together, we are but two pieces of this trinity." From the shadows of the chamber emerged a third figure, massive, gnarled, with skin like weathered bark and eyes like pools of amber resin. "Then perhaps I shall be the third," rumbled a voice deep as roots in ancient earth. "Barkhorn!" Fendrel breathed in awe, recognizing one of the legendary Ents, shepherds of the forest, whom many believed had passed into myth. "I have slumbered too long," the ancient tree herder said, each word deliberate as the turning of seasons. "My brothers remain lost in dreams, while the song that binds us fades. I will not stand idle while the first melody of creation is silenced." Under Miriel's guidance, they deciphered Gandalf's interrupted ritual. For 3 days and nights, they worked without rest, gathering rare herbs that grew only in starlight, crafting a circle of ancient symbols upon the stone floor, and learning the words of power that would bridge the gap between worlds. On the 4th night, when the moon hung full and heavy in the sky, they began the ritual. Fendrel stood at the north point of the circle, representing growth and renewal. Miriel took the western position, embodying wisdom and foresight. Barkhorn completed their triangle at the eastern point, symbolizing endurance and memory. "With blood freely given, we forge the path," Miriel intoned, drawing a silver knife across her palm. Fendrel and Barkhorn followed suit, the latter's sap-like blood glowing with an inner light as it mingled with the others upon Gandalf's open tome. The air within the tower thickened. Reality itself seemed to bend and warp around them as words of power, older than mountains, older than stars, fell from their lips in perfect harmony. The preserved form of Gandalf began to emit a soft blue light, pulsing like a heartbeat. Suddenly, Fendrel felt his consciousness expand beyond the confines of his body. He was simultaneously within the tower and deep beneath the earth, where vast networks of roots formed pathways of thought and memory spanning the breadth of Middle-earth. Here, in this liminal space between worlds, he perceived a presence vast beyond comprehension, ancient, patient, and increasingly disillusioned with the children of Ilúvatar. Why should the song continue? The question came not as words, but as a feeling that resonated through every fiber of his being. The children of stone delve too greedily. The children of stars retreat into isolation. The children of men burn and clear and forget. Why should the first chorus not withdraw its voice from a world that has forgotten how to listen? Before Fendrel could respond, another consciousness joined theirs, brilliant, fierce, and unmistakably Gandalf. Though weakened by his imprisonment, the wizard's spirit burned like a flame against the encroaching dark. Because among them are those who still remember, Gandalf's essence replied, those who still hear, still protect, still cherish the old songs. Fendrel felt the weight of judgment upon him, as if his entire life, every choice, every action lay bare before this primeval awareness. Through Gandalf's guidance, he opened his memories like a book, his lifetime of service to the forest, the lullabies his mother had sung that echoed the trees, ancient melodies, his tears shed for each fallen oak and elm. Show it, Fendrel, Gandalf urged. Show it that mankind's heart still beats in rhythm with the old songs. Drawing upon courage he scarcely knew he possessed, Fendrel began to sing. Not with his physical voice, but with his very being, a song his grandmother had taught him, said to be as old as the forest itself. Miriel's consciousness joined his, her clear tones weaving harmony through his melody. Then Barkhorn added his deep, resonant voice, singing of roots and soil and patient growth. Gandalf's presence strengthened as their song continued, gradually pulling free from the snare that had trapped him. Together, their unified song created a bridge, not just for Gandalf's return, but between the consciousness of mankind and the ancient awareness that had begun to withdraw. A tremor passed through the foundations of Orthanc. Far away in Fangorn, the first leaves began to stir, whispering once more with tales older than time. The Council of Ancients, entities that had slumbered since the shaping of the world, stirred in the deepest groves and hollows of Middle-earth. The judgment was not complete, nor was it entirely favorable, but it was enough. Enough for the song to continue, enough for the trees to speak once more, enough for hope to take root in fallow ground. In the Tower of Orthanc, 3 figures collapsed in exhaustion around the now empty chair where Gandalf's preserved form had sat. The wizard himself stood at the window, restored to flesh, yet somehow more luminous than before, gazing eastward where the first light of dawn broke over a world renewed. "The song continues," he said simply, his voice rough from disuse. "For now." Fendrel nodded, understanding both the victory and the warning in those words. The age of men had been granted a reprieve, not absolution. The ancient consciousness would watch and wait and judge again in time. But for this day, the trees of Fangorn would whisper once more their eternal stories, and those with ears to hear would listen with newfound reverence to the oldest song of all,